TWS and AWS operational.
Just setting up the train. The time is about 4:59. Should be departing in about a minute. I believe I'm waiting on another train to come in. Once that track is cleared, then we will depart. This was actually the first route I ever attempted to do when I started playing Train Sim Classic. It was very long. At that point, I did not know how to use the editor at all. Most of my content is custom routes that I physically have designed myself, adding a timetable. But I believe this one, it's all random trains on this route because I was not very skilled at using the editor. Obviously, I learned over time. And I've always thought, how can I make this more immersive? Well, then I started thinking, and keep in mind, I am American, but I love UK trains. I believe their rail system is very, very superior to the American rail system. And also the fact that Dovetail Games is based out in the UK, so they care more about their own country than the content that we have in the American community. Closing the doors, preparing for departure. So Dovetail Games also has a German team, so that content is pretty good as well. I don't believe there's a team for America. Not saying the American content is not so great. I love the Northeast Corridor route, but it lacks in superiority compared to the English content that comes out of the UK. I'll still play it. I own most of the DLCs. I'm just hoping that America gets a little bit more love. With that said, what are your thoughts on what's coming for Train World 6? I actually would like, and this is just me spitballing, being that I'm from New York City, I would love another underground route. And the underground route I would like would be the Elizabeth line. It's the shiny new toy. It would be a great nod to the Queen. You pay your respects there. And you still get a brand new train that can go over multiple routes. You can layer this on another route, and you can still have a separate DLC for it. Now, I know a lot of you are going to say, oh, well, it's got ATL. Okay, well, hear me out. No one complains about the German signaling routes. The German trains have PZB, LZB, AFB. It all controls the trains. There are some points where you don't even have to touch it. It drives itself. It brakes itself. What would be so different about this? I'm sure they can actually add an element on there where you can take that off and drive the train yourself. I would love that idea. I know it's not the most, People are going to say, oh, yeah, I'm waiting to get that. But I really think that would be a good idea. With that said, if they didn't do it, the route I would probably like to see would probably be since we're on the Penzance to Paddington route, something out the Cornwall area. As far as German routes, I really can't tell you much about the German routes, other than I would love to play whatever it is. And the American routes, again, I'm from New York. I would love a subway route. I know it's not going to happen. Dovetail, keep backpedaling. They won't talk about it. It probably will not happen. If it doesn't happen, I would love to see a route coming out of Florida. You got the Bright Line. It can go down the coast. It's a very popular route in the United States. Uh, and I think it would be fun. I think people would get over the fact that the routes that have come out of the U.S. has not been up to par. So, yeah, let me know what you guys think. If you have a route that you would like to see, let me know. Hit the comments. I really feel like they would have to have a real strong foot on the ground, boots to the ground route when it comes to the American content. Uh, Train World 6 will probably be their deciding factor if they're going to lose some American audience. I mean, I personally will not go anywhere because I love trains. I don't care where it's from. But the constant neglect to the American content is starting to wear thin on some of the American train simmers. So they really would have to come strong with this content. How about give us another country? We just got some uh, new content that wasn't German, UK, or American content. Expand to another country. I know there's some Chinese content coming out. Still waiting on that. Give us another country. Surprise us. Throw a French country in there. I know we got the one route, but give us some more. Don't tease us. About 20 miles to Truro. Welcome to the stream, St. Clinton. Yeah, no, I agree. I would love some Canadian stuff as well. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we have on Train Sim Classic, and I have a lot of the content. But I really do wish that they would include and incorporate uh, the American side as well, represented more. Is there anything specific you would like to see? This really is a beautiful route. I would love to do this route in real life. I did actually have a chance to visit the UK earlier this year. It was a pleasant experience, I will say. First time out there. Uh, had a chance to take a trip out to Liverpool as well as Manchester. Um, my favorite football team is Liverpool FC. So I was able to get a chance to visit Anfield. And everything about this country I love. Okay? The fact the fact that they have holidays where the whole country takes off is mind-boggling coming from the United States where we work all the time and have to fight to get 2 weeks off. Yes, that's one of my favorite routes too. It for me it was the hardest because I could not understand how to drive the ALP 46. The whole braking system with the you hit the brakes and then you have to kind of maneuver it to where it it kind of doesn't slow down, but I overcame it. I learned it. It's one of my most played routes. It's my favorite route. You know, they say when you're bad at something, you play it or you do it until you get better and you make it your strong point. Now it's my strong point. It's one of my favorite routes. I love it. I wish it was extended past Trenton. You know, I would love to do a whole run of the Northeast Corridor. But I guess one day they'll surprise us and we'll get that. Train Sim Classic has somewhat of it, and I'm working on a custom route for that as well. But they don't want to fix the Boston to Providence side of it. I believe Cactus Juice, who works for Train Sim World now, was developing a route but had issues with the whole engine and it crashing on him, so he gave up on it. And now that he works with Train Sim World, he doesn't want to finish it. And I actually asked him about it, and that was his response. So I don't know if we'll ever get that, and I won't get a full route down to DC. Now I could kind of mix in a little Train Sim World 5 with the Acela, Boston to Providence, but then I'd still have a gap between Providence to New Haven. Uh, and don't get me wrong, you can drive it from Boston to New Haven, but there's no trackside scenery. Some of the containery is not there. It really is not immersive. So I don't want to do it. I'm all about the immersion, and it doesn't look good to me. So I'll keep holding on to that dream of thinking that'll get done, but I'll probably just have to start from New Haven down to DC. And also some of the routes are old, so it's just outdated. I'm hoping the Train Sim community website can do a revamp, and I can get that finished. Until then, I'm looking out for some better content for the U.S. I did, however, do a run from Manchester Piccadilly into France, and it's an 8-hour trip. I probably will never do it again, but it was very enjoyable because I don't think that's something I've seen anyone do on a stream before. So I like to be original. I want to do something that no one's done before and still have fun at it. I want it immersive. I want it to be fun, and I want to share it with the rest of the world. So if anyone has any ideas on what else I can do, let me know. Yes, I'm on the same page as you, St. Clinton. I was there when I first got Train Sim Classic. I couldn't understand it. I put it on the back burner and started playing Transport Fever. But then I started downloading some other DLCs, and I started to get the hang of it. Started playing some quick drive scenarios. I watched some YouTube videos, and I started to understand it better. But it wasn't until I actually watched a video from, I forget the guy's name. It was a YouTube video where he kind of explained how to put actual trains that you physically want on the tracks. So there's no guessing. You know exactly what train you want to put on the tracks, and you can set timetables from there. For me, it's a 3-stage process. I'll plan out the route. I'll play a train. I'll plan my play a train's route. Set up the time I want to hit specific stations, and then the second go around, I'll actually place AI trains on the tracks. Tell them where I want them to go, and then the third process is you make the actual run. You pass those AI trains, write down the times you pass those AI trains. So when you go back into the editor, you can assign them. What I usually do is I'll assign them to run for a long stretch of the route, so I have some margin of error. If when I pass them, they're not still, and they're going to their assigned route a minute earlier than I'm supposed to actually see them, and it looks like I have a working timetable. So I just I maneuvered it like that and manipulated it, and once you do that, you have a working timetable. So that's just a little quick tidbit about how I go about doing that. I honestly haven't played Train Sim for Microsoft. I didn't start getting into train simming until probably 2 years ago. I would probably say Train Sim World 3 was the first one I started playing, and from there I was just in love with it. Obviously, I'm a person who likes trains, not just trains. I would say transportation in general. So it can be truck sim, it can be train sim, it could be trans sim, Um, I physically like driving in real life, so if you even want to add that, I do that as well. Um, I even like I like flying planes. It's just it's so hard. I never realized how hard flying a plane would be. There's so much that goes into it. Yeah, yeah. Well, keep if you keep up at that, uh, it'll come naturally and easy to you. Trust me, it's second nature to me now. I usually have a notepad next to me. I just write down my times. I write down what AI train it is, so I don't get confused later on. It probably takes me about 3 days, but work gets in the way. Um, but yeah, but once you do it and you produce that segment of fun for however long your route is. Me personally, I like long routes, so it takes me a little bit. But I always like a commuter route too, as well, especially if it's very scenic. I love a very scenic route. I usually post to YouTube, but I decided now I would like to actually try a little Twitch. So here I am. I just did a Manchester airport route on YouTube, uh, incorporating the driving aspect as well as the guard aspect. So you see all of that in one video. I have someone doing the whole tickets, please, collecting tickets, some outside views, and I might even connect that to the Glossip line. Because the Glossip line has conductor mode as well. So maybe I'll have it connect where I finish the run, Manchester Airport to Manchester Piccadilly, walk over to the Glossip line, and do another full run there. Yeah, I have American Truck Simulator 2 as well. Uh, I actually have one of those Hori steering wheels with the foot pedals and the shifter. Um, I've been meaning to get back into it, but my love for trains has taken over. Like I keep saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna do some truck simming, and next thing you know, I have friends that go, hey, have you done any truck sim? I'm like, nah, I got a little sidetracked, you know, but I might get back into it. Yeah, that's got to be tough. That's got to be tough. Like how would you drive? How would you drive with the keyboard? I'm sure it's buttons, but it can't be that much different than using the keyboard for train sim. I mean, and it kind of is because you actually need to physically turn for trucks, like a steering wheel. For train sim, everything's on a track. You just need to go or stop. So, but yeah, I might get into some truck simming as well again. Right now, I don't have the space on my desk for it because the steering wheel is so huge. Yeah, I mean, where there's a will, there's a way, right? You think something's hard, and then you do it enough. Yeah, yeah. I mean, thanks for the follow, St. Clinton. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, and also this is gaming is a very expensive habit. Right? I have so much hardware for train simming. It's not even funny. Like I just bought that TSC X controller. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's basically a hardware like the rail driver. It's just more up to date. The rail driver is a little out of date, so people are tired of it, and it's more conducive to your hands. Like the rail driver, you have like small levers on it. This thing is sturdy, and like the levers are basically bigger than your hand, and there's a lot of resistance on it, so it doesn't feel all flimsy. It's got all the buttons that you need on it. Giant a giant AWS button on it. Starter, doors open, lights, emergency brake, and it's even got a little horn knob on it. Speaking of horns, I like it. I literally just got it yesterday, so I haven't played with it yet. I'm still trying to map these buttons. It didn't take long to come either. It came from China, a company called Sim World, I believe it is. It's a company in China. It was about 250 American. Only problem is the shipping with with all the Trump taxes and everything. So what they do is they eat half of the tax on shipping. So if it's like $100, I believe I only paid 50 on top. And I was actually debating on whether I should actually get it. I'm like, do I really want this that bad? Turns out I did. So I'll be playing with that probably later on tonight. And the Hori steering wheel that I got for American Truck Sim, I also have. That wasn't cheap either. Um, yeah, simming is an expensive habit. But you know what? I would not trade it in the world for anything. Being home, playing with trains or trucks, keeps me out of trouble, pisses my girlfriend off. But you know what? I'm staying out of trouble. You play on Xbox, PlayStation, computer? Me personally, I prefer the PlayStation over computer, but the computer does so much. Yep, I take my laptop with me as well. I usually take it with me to work. Um, that's usually when I'm setting up my routes, my custom routes at work on my downtime. And sometimes I forget I'm actually at work, and it's past my out time, and my coworkers will come up to me, "Wow, you're very dedicated." No, I'm not dedicated. I'm just enjoying what I'm doing on this laptop. Don't bother me. And if you do see my boss, make sure you tell him I'm dedicated so he thinks I'm actually working when I'm not. So many times other managers have waved by to me after my out time thinking I'm working. I'm not working. I mean, I am working, but I'm not working on what you think I am. Less than 2 miles to Truro. See, here's where I would have added some announcement inside the train. That's another thing I like to do with my videos. I'll put like station announcements and train announcements just to make the immersion better. I just think it makes it feel more realistic, and that's the goal you want to see. You don't want to see an empty route where it's just you on the tracks. You want to see trains passing you. You want to see people walking on the platforms. I wish there were more people inside the trains, but you want to see that immersion. I wish I had your schedule, buddy. I really do. I don't know. Maybe one day in the future, I'll be able to do something like that. But what I do, I can't work from home, so I wish I could. It would kind of be pointless for me. But that sounds like fun. I don't know if it's fun for you. Maybe you want to see people. But I've had my fair share of seeing people. I would love to have a break like that. At least for a little bit. I also love driving this train. These Class 800s, all of them, I just feel like they're the easiest to drive, and they just look better aesthetically. Speaking of Canadian trains, I really would love to try that Via Rail train, the one that goes from Toronto to I believe Vancouver. Uh, I was looking at the pricing for that. That's something I think I would love to do. You know, is just finding that person who would actually enjoy that as much as I would, because my girlfriend is not that. She'll go, but I don't think she'll enjoy it as much as I will. You know, looking at all the scenery, going through the mountains. I would really love to do that. Hopefully, someday soon I can afford something like that. But for now, well, look at this. Wow, that gate took a long time to come down. Welcome to the stream. Piss Threat. It's a cool name. uh, we're driving from Penzance to Paddington today. Right now we're at Truro Station. That guy didn't know where he wanted to go. We'll be departing soon. Semaphore signals ahead. Yeah, yeah. Appreciate that. And this gate is still up. Uh, yeah, I don't know what that's gonna do, but we'll see. There you go. All right. Now I could go. Well, hopefully we can change that, you know? We'll see. All I can do is spread the word, you know? This is like gospel to me. This is what I eat, breathe, and sleep. Okay? So my coworkers know I do this. I do stupid camera. I do have a friend who's also black who likes to follow my videos as well. He's actually into podcast stuff. I don't know. One day we'll do a collab. Um, but he enjoys watching my videos. So hopefully I can persuade some more people into wanting to train sim. You know, I know it's not something you hear a lot of people say. Oh, I like to train sim, but hopefully I can be that factor. You know, and also because the content in America is not so great, you probably won't see that in United States or Canada as much anyway. But I mean, there is this one guy that I do follow. I don't know if you've heard of Blue Games. He's got some good content. He's out in Houston, I believe. He doesn't just train sim as well. He actually does flight sim. Uh, and not to big him up. I don't know him like that, but like he started off as working for the airlines. Luggage. Flagging the planes in. To dock in with the terminals. And I guess he just picked that up over the time, and now he likes to train sim and. Yeah, he loves it. He does some truck simming too as well, but all right, next station is Plymouth. How does pinball work? That sounds interesting. I gotta check out your ATS videos. What's FX3? I'm a little behind on that. Yeah, that's cool. I was looking at something else earlier today about that. Where I could have streamed this also to YouTube. I'm not that advanced yet, but I'm sure I will be in the future. Um, but yeah, that sounds interesting. I don't think it was Beam, but it might be Restream. I think that's the one I was looking at. FX is a pinball game. I think one of my favorite pinball games when I was a kid was like Adam's Family. I don't know if that's still a thing, but I used to love going to the arcades, put my quarter up on top of the machine. I got next, playing Street Fighter for like 4 hours. forgetting I had to go to school. Can't believe Street Fighter's even still around. I'm excited for the movie to come out. I feel like they got some good people to play the characters. I think they're the right pick. You know, what is it? 50 Cent is Balrog. Yeah, I can't wait. I believe Aquaman is gonna play Akuma. I forget his name. Yeah, I remember Pong. My my first console was ColecoVision, and I remember playing a game called Carnival. Uh, I believe Mario Brothers. No, was Mario Brothers on that? I don't think so. Yeah, it was ColecoVision. Then it was Nintendo, the original Nintendo. I missed blowing on the cartridge to get them to play. I know it. I know it physically did nothing for the game, but it was the experience, and that's all you remember as a kid. Blowing on the cartridge, slamming it in the console, and playing the game. Yeah, I had a Atari 2600 as well. I had to share it with my sister, so I, yeah, don't have too many great memories about it. But for its time, it was amazing. You know, these kids today are spoiled. You know, they have all these great graphics. Like our graphics were horrible. Like look how beautiful this game looks, and this is old. Imagine what we had more than 20 years ago. You know, they could never have done this 20 years ago. You know, it's so amazing the technology, the advancements that's happened from when I was a kid. Anyway, not that my childhood was bad, but if I had this 20 years ago, you would have never got me out of my house. I would have never went outside. I would have never played basketball. I would have never played sports. Yeah, 8-bit graphics is right. You know. You know, and then we had like TurboGrafx 16. 16 was the thing at the time. You know, and it just started getting better and better. 32, 64. And then, you know, NVIDIA came in and just changed everything with the whole processing for computers. I'm not mad at it now. I just wish I had it when I was younger. You know? So yeah, so back then we had to go outside, you know? Everything wasn't so gravy. mean, but if we're gonna talk about train simming, I would have to say I would much rather play Train Sim Classic over Train Sim World. They both have their advantages, but right now for me, it's the lack of content on Train Sim World and the amount of routes that I have on Classic is my determining factor. It's also a big deal because Train Sim Classic for me, I play on the computer and I can take that with me. Not to say you can't do that with Train Sim World, but all most of my Train Sim World content is on my PlayStation. You know, and yeah, I have toys. You know, like I said, it's an expensive habit. I do have the portal. I can take that with me, but it's not the same. You know, like I just I like being able to sit down, get comfortable, sit on the couch, and just play video games. No one really to bother me. I don't have to worry about annoying coworkers. And there's so much content I can play. You know, like if I want to just stay in the U.S., there's still good content, even though you know Dovetail Games won't give us what we want. But because there are so many third party places to go, people are providing. You know, it's kind of like they see that there's food on the table and they want to eat as well, and they see that people want things. Oh, hey, here's an enhancement pack. Oh yeah, the community will love the enhancement packs. Why? Because you know this game is old, but people still want to play it. So this will make their experience even better. Oh, we'll just charge $30 for it, and we'll buy it. And I'm one of those suckers who buys it, and I will happily buy it because this is what makes me happy. But for me, Train Sim World, I love the graphics. I love the immersion with um, the AI timetable. I do have issues with certain routes where like the Sims won't go into the train. Like they'll just stand there and crowd the platform. Okay, there are no other services on this platform. Why are you standing there? Go into the train. The Bakerloo line is like that. I love driving the Bakerloo line, but I have empty trains. Like, who wants to see an empty train when there's like a million people on the platforms? That's not immersive to me, you know? And also, I just wish they would add some, like, station announcements or actual in-train announcements, you know? A little step in, stand clear, you know? It's not that hard. It's just a file. My favorite train, I would have to say, is the 390 Pendolino. It's just something about that whole tilting when it's at speed. It just really gets to me. And when I actually seen it in real life earlier this year, I was amazed. I actually felt the tilt, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. I know the Acela does it, but I've only been on the Acela once. I took that to what is that? 30th Street in Pennsylvania. But that's the only time I've actually took the Acela train. So yeah, to experience that at 125 miles per hour, it was incredible. Eddie, his cell is amazing. The cell is amazing. I just wish we had um, more fast trains like that in America. Yes, 30th Street in Philly. Yeah, I took it for work. They had me hop on the train out there to do a show. So we did a show from I forget what the place is. It might have been what's the place with the Rocky statue? Yeah, we did a show from out there. Or was it Constitution Hall? Yeah, we did a show from out there. Um, and I left day of instead of like the day before. It was cool. I love Philly. I'm from New York, obviously. I live in Jersey now, but every summer I take at least one trip out there just to get cheesesteaks. Museum of Art. I'm not sure if that's what it was, but yeah, I take one trip out there every summer just to get cheesesteaks, and I'll come back with like 2 or 3 cheesesteaks. Now, are you a Geno's or Pat's guy? Because me personally, I like going to Larry's across the street from St. Joe's. But I know this is a big debate in Philly, like who has the better cheesesteaks. I prefer Larry's. Who do you prefer? Or who do you like, I should say? About 35 miles from Plymouth. All right, I need you to put me down. Where would you go? I might take a trip out there. Yeah, I try to avoid the tourist areas as well. Thinking about doing a run to Albany from New York. That's probably a 2 hour run. I don't know. I need to get back into some American content as well. Gotta check it out. Yeah, I gotta check it out. I'm actually in the mood for a good cheesesteak. Oh, cool. Is it hot out there? It's got to be hot out there, right? It's like 90 degrees here. Cows. Sheesh. Even 102, 103 is pretty high. Oof. Sounds like a lot of indoor activities. Last time I was out there, I went to the iHeart Radio Festival, and I went there. I was so baked, man. Phoenix gets even hotter. Yeah, dude, I was so baked the last time I was out there. I went to that place. What is it? Planet 21. I did not realize it was so strong. Like, it's stronger than anything I've ever gotten over here. You know? Like, and that was just edibles. Like, just the edibles were very, very strong. Yeah, I actually want to go back. I want to check out that new stadium. Not the baseball one, the football one. Um, it looks pretty nice. Sounds expensive for the tickets anyway. But it's an experience I wanna check out. I love how smooth this train ride is. Like it's it's on diesel mode and you you don't even really hear it. Like it's still quiet in this cab. You know, other diesel trains I've been on. Well, it's bi mode as well, so I can't go by that. But other diesel trains I've been in, you you just it's just drowning you out. Like you can't hear yourself thinking. Yeah, Allegiant Stadium. Oh, I didn't know UNLV plays there as well. How much is a tour? I would love to do a tour. I like doing tours when I go to other places. You know, like I have a baseball stadium. What do you call that? Bucket list that I like to do. So like when I go on vacations, I like to I like to pick places with more than one venue. Oh, that's not bad. $40. Oh, that's something I would totally do. Yeah. So my bucket list cities, I like doing those because you can knock out sometimes a baseball park as well as a football park, or you can do like a baseball park and a basketball stadium. So it keeps my trip entertaining. You know, like some places don't have much entertainment. So if you can find a place with multiple sporting venue, it's highly recommended for me. You know, like not to dump on Cleveland, but what what really is there to do in Cleveland? And I did that with Cleveland. I was able to go to, well, at the time they were the Indians still. I believe it was like their second to last game as the Indians. So I was able to see that before they changed over, and then I went to the the Cleveland Browns stadium. Sheesh. You would think as bad as the Browns are, their tickets would not be expensive. Boy, was I wrong. I think I paid $350 for those tickets. It's not even a good team. Like what am I paying for here? Whereas the baseball tickets were I paid $100 a piece for the baseball tickets, and it was all you can eat. Can you believe that all you can eat at a baseball game? That's amazing. And they weren't like all the way upstairs. Like I was in the mid levels, sitting behind a plate for $100, all you can eat. In New York, $100, I would have been all the way upstairs, and I definitely would not have had all you can eat. Which is why I like doing this when I leave New York City, because everywhere else is so much cheaper than anything in the tri-state area of New York. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Bay Area is one of the places I've actually hit with this. Yeah, I was in the Coliseum before they decided to move. The Raiders decided to move. So I've done that. That I can cross that off my bucket list. Um, I mean, they kind of have a point with them wanting a new stadium because I was there and I was like, this place is a dump. So I can see why they, definitely would want a new stadium, and for everything that, you know, took place, I actually thought they were going to get one. I know when the A's were trying to get out, they were thinking about moving them over to the port. That didn't work out. There was a lot of pushback on that. And now they play in Sacramento, which is nowhere close to the numbers that they would have had in Oakland. Um, but I guess they got what they wanted. I know MLB is going to get what they want because now they get to move a major team into a bigger city, so revenue can go up for them because that's all they care about. Um, Oracle Park is actually one of my favorite parks, so I've been there. They have great lobster rolls there. And I've been to the Warriors new arena as well. So yeah, I hit the trifecta with that one. uh, yeah, you can't get away from the Raiders, huh? uh, I haven't actually been to the new 49ers stadium. What's that, like a 2 hour drive out past San Francisco, down the bay in Sacramento? Not Sacramento. San Jose. I could actually see myself living out there if I were to make that jump, but not physically in the city. Probably somewhere near the outskirts. Tell you what, I wish they'd move the Jets and Giants. Two teams that claim New York and play in New Jersey. All I see is the traffic. Yeah, that's the one thing I would take away from my experience out there. How expensive it is. That's the reason why I left New York City, because it's expensive, And I work in Jersey, so I don't have to go into the city anymore. And when I do go into the city, I don't even want to drive anymore because it costs almost $20 just to cross the bridge or tunnel. And then they have that whole tax like they do in I believe England does it, where you have to pay a tax to go into London. So you add that on top of going downtown into Manhattan. It can be a $30 trip just to go into New York. And if you have a car and you're in the city, below 59th Street, you still have to park. That's probably another $30. It can be really expensive if you're going in for a show or you just want to go shopping. And the subways are just horrible. You know, like they've done nothing to transform the New York City subways from when I was a kid. You know, and then I look at the whole train network in London, and I see they have those doors alongside the tracks that only open when the train is in the station. Why can't New York do something like that? You know how many fatalities would not happen from someone being pushed on the tracks needlessly? But I digress. Yeah, it's been a long time since they've actually played in New York, the Jets as well. But it's kind of like the New York Knicks not wanting to leave Madison Square Garden. It's their identity, so that I get. But my whole thing is if you're gonna call yourself the New York Giants, or excuse me, the New York Football Giants, or the New York Jets, you should try to find a place in New York. It doesn't specifically have to be New York City, but somewhere over the river, you know? And there's plenty of places you can find that'll make my commutes a lot easier, because right now my commute is horrible because I live 15 minutes from the place. So I see a lot of needless traffic from concerts and football games that I try to avoid. You know, like you can move to, I wouldn't say Long Island, that's worse. Um, anywhere past the Bronx. Build something nice, plenty of space, somewhere close to a train. It works out fine, you know. Like the Yankees have the best advantage there because they're not physically downtown, but they're still close enough downtown where they can have a train system that can get to them, multiple train systems, you know. So it works for them, and they don't have to worry about being in the middle of the city and still getting love from the city, you know. But I would love for the Giants or Jets to move. Their stadium looks like a toaster anyway. There's like no warmth, no heart in to what was built there. It just looks so generic. 15 miles to Plymouth. Yeah, that's what it is. Can you honestly say their fan base, the Raiders fan base, or the A's fan base is going to be from Vegas? I don't think so. So they're going to rely heavily on the gambling community, uh, people who just want to be attached to something, which is fine as well. But most of their fan base is going to be from outside of their own state, which is fine. If you can keep people in the seats, I'm all for it, you know? But I can honestly say their fan base is not going to be 85% Raiders fans. Or if it is, it's 85% Raiders fans from other places. So it's gonna be a traveling fan base basically. You know, I did not know that. That is fun fact. That is good to know. Where does the line get cut off? Because Vegas is a little weird to me anyway. Like you have an airport so close to your city. I've never seen that. And McCarran is not that far from the city limits anyway. At least not compared to New York. I did not know that. Oh, I just learned something. That's a cool little fact. Oh, they changed the name? Oh. Oh. Tells you the last time I've been there. Is Harry Reid someone important, or is that just a person who donated the money? Just under 11 miles to Plymouth. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. See, I wish there were people in these seats. That kind of kills the immersion. I mean, I knew nothing about him. I just knew that it was called that. And I don't know if he was the actual person responsible for putting that airport so close, but what made them put it so close to the city? The city, I guess, more more structural buildings, I should say. Because it looks kind of low coming in, and I can't for the life of me understand why it would be that close for airplanes to come in. And if I'm like a tourist, I'm panicking, especially after 9/11. Hey, that plane's kind of close. So I did have a lovely time out there, though. Definitely would go back to Vegas again. Oh, okay. Like, I don't know what the money situation is for that state, but if Nevada could actually, and you, I mean, you have plenty of real estate with desert out there. I would actually move it, and like in its location. Obviously, it wouldn't be anytime soon, but in its location, you could start to build more buildings. Especially if people are going to start moving out there with new sports venues and all this other stuff they want to do out there. Can only benefit them in the future. I didn't realize how long this train was. I would I would have thought, even with that knowledge, I would have thought Vegas would still be considered to be getting built up. Like I'm sure they're laying off people, and that's bad. But if you're if you're gonna start moving teams, yeah, I can understand that on that aspect. But if you're gonna start building, moving teams into that territory, you're gonna have to increase revenue somehow to make people want to come. That would be an excellent starting point. Uh, to draw more tourism and people wanting to just mass move to a place where they can be part of something. Um, Especially if you have a fan base for a specific team, and they want to incorporate their own self into that city. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. With this current administration, nothing would surprise me. Nothing at all. You know, and I love my country, but if I could, I would definitely move somewhere else, at least for a little bit, if I had money like that. You know, but I don't, so I can't unless my company willingly wants to move me somewhere. Then I'd be interested in that. It's not like I have little kids, so it's not like I'm just picking up and just quote not just like as a kid, taking my ball and leaving, you know. Like I have one kid, she's grown now. She if she wanted to, she could come with me. So it wouldn't have to be me starting over. I mean, I would be starting over, but with the family, it wouldn't be that difficult. Yeah, I mean, I know the Raiders had a following in Oakland. I don't know how big it is right now in Vegas. I have one friend who is a really big Raiders fan, and he actually flew out there to see a game. So again, it's like a traveling fan base coming into Saltash. I actually love this bridge. This bridge is one of my favorites. It's a single track bridge, but aesthetically, it's beautiful. It is beautiful, and I'm gonna take myself off the screen just so I can see it fully. That is a beautiful shot. Yeah, this is a good route, um, and this is the Just Trains Western lines, the complete Western line. So I have everything from Penzance to Paddington and everything in between. If you go on their website, They have a complete set of all the routes combined, so you don't have to hop out of any routes to go to another one. You can actually set it up beforehand. I think it was probably $80 for all of them together, and Just Trains has some good routes. Another good route with like beautiful aesthetic value would be the North Wales coast, heading out to Holyhead. Um, that's got a pretty good bridge view as well as like is along the coast, so you're riding along the water, and it's really beautiful. That's a good one. Um, the Acela route from New Haven is pretty cool as well. It doesn't have to be Acela. It could be anything Amtrak. But coming into New York City, it goes across that what is that Hell's Bridge, Hell's Crossing Bridge, I believe it's called. Don't quote me, I'm not sure. But going into Queens, it's got a really nice view too as well. You can see the city in the backdrop. That's pretty cool too. Let me see what else is there. Another good route like that. I don't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, that's a good route. That just goes along to show you what I mean about the UK routes being better taken care of than the American routes. I just wish we would get some love like that. I'm really dying to see what they decide to give us for America. My guess is going to be something out of California. That seems to be where they're leaning to a lot. Why, I don't know. Unless they decide, oh hey, well listen to the community and give you something off of the East Coast. Maybe something from Florida. That bright line would be perfect. Other than New York subway. I'm not sure if this is still considered Cornwall. Um, but the Cornwall area of the UK is pretty nice. I like it. Coming up on Plymouth. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I wrote it as well, and then I played it, and it was the most boringest thing I've ever did. There's like no life to it, you know. Yeah, I got the baby bullet train, uh, hoping it would pick it up a little bit, but yeah, it was just no life to it. And now they're actually talking about taking that off of being sold because they lost the license, and and the Caltrain people are saying you can't, you even if you go to train SimWorld 6, it can't be one of your routes. So if you transfer over to train SimWorld 6, you lose a DLC. I don't know about in Train Sim Classic, obviously, because they're not changing anything. But in Train SimWorld 6, I believe you will lose. As of right now, you will lose that DLC. So that's content that you're paying for that you can't even play. Yeah, I bought it before they stopped selling it. I had the um I had the original one. I believe it was San Francisco to Gilroy, and then they were selling the all the way to San Jose version of it. So I rebought that as well, and hopefully I don't lose it. Well, I know I'll still have it on TLC, but the Train Some World version of it, I don't want to lose it. Not that I'm clamoring to play it right now, but it's still content that you paid for that you want to play. At some point you will want to play it. So why why are you telling me I can't play it because you guys want to do a cash grab and start a new game? Why can't you just keep the same game and add the three new routes? Well, she avoided him like the plague. She was like, whoa. Yeah, I felt like incorporating that in a little bit, showing some love. Gotta love those cross countries. Next stop, Newton Abbot. This whole area is probably one of my favorite parts of this route. Riding along the coast, seeing that sun on the horizon shining off the water is actually pretty cool. Like, Just Trains makes really good routes. Um, I like some of the Alan Thompson stuff as well, but I think I have more Just Train stuff than anything. A lot of Armstrong Powerhouse enhancements. I actually have that one too. That's the Pacific. Is that Pacific Liner? Is that what it's called? Yeah, I have that for TSC. That may be the next American route. I can see them doing that down the coast. I could definitely see them doing that. It's California. It's definitely doable, and I'm sure they would tie some way of connecting trains that they already have for America, so that they don't have to do too much work. I know it's a different class train that they use for that, but they could still use Amtrak stuff on that. I think it travels down that line at some point. Um, but yeah, I could definitely see them doing an LA to San Diego route. It's a steep incline. I agree. It almost feels like you're on an island by yourself. Like if all your lights are green, where's the fun? You know? Like I would love to have something just whiz by me on the right. But then if you put too much stuff in, the game crashes. So you gotta find that healthy balance. And because this is such a long route, where's that balance at? It's almost like some type of audio is actually needed for this route, you know? Like some type of train announcements, some platform announcements. Well, I don't even know if they have like some type of radio. You know, I've never been in one of these cabs in real life, but I'm sure they have to listen to something besides, you know, the GMR when something's wrong. Like what do actual train drivers do for long routes? Like, I mean, I know they're paying attention, but I'm pretty sure they're not just paying attention. You know, like they probably know these routes like the back of their hand. They know what landmarks they need to look for, but in the same time, how do you keep your mind occupied on, you know, just looking for a landmark? You know, like are they on their phones? Are they playing like video games? You know, because the train's going to tell you if something's in front of you. You know what to look out for. You know, it's like, what do they actually do? I would love to do a ride along. You know, just to see what goes on. I'm pretty sure they'd be on their P's and Q's. You know, try to keep it, you know, to the letter. But like, what what do they physically do inside of the cab when your next station is not for like 30 miles? Yeah, that's cool. You know, just something to keep your mind occupied, especially when the cab is like really, really quiet. Like diesel trains will keep you, you know, your ears in tune because you're hearing all of that going on. But when the cab is really quiet, what do real drivers actually do? I wonder what would have happened if I would have actually changed my course of work and actually wanted to become a train driver when I was a little bit younger. You know, I know there's so much that goes into being a train driver. Like they need to make sure that your eyes are correct. Like you can't be seeing red lights and think they're green, stuff like that. I know that they want to see how you react in certain situations to see if your mind capacity is right, and you know, overall performance, how you deal with customers if you're like a conductor, you know. And obviously you don't start off as a train driver, you know. Like, you know, doing a little shunting. I'm pretty sure, you know, working in yards for a good while. And that's actually the type of game I think Dovetail should try to start, like some type of career train life where you start from the bottom and work your way up to being what it is you want. Like if it's a train driver, conductor, uh, working in the office with like directing the traffic, switching rails, stuff like that. Like that would be a cool game, I think. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually something that they're actually working on. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. And a lot of people will be like, "Well, I just want to drive trains. Like, if this means I have to unlock my train to drive a train, then I don't want to do it." Well, you can always set it up where the train that you pay for, if you actually have to physically pay for a train, you can still drive it. It can just be a separate unlockable thing, you know? But I don't know. I just think they're not using their full potential when it comes to what they can do with some of the train stuff. I believe Flight Sim does something like that, where they have a career for a pilot. You pretty much start at the bottom and you earn points and money, and then you build yourself up into like bigger and better planes and places to leave from. You get contracts and stuff like that. That's a way that I think they should go with train simming. You know, everybody can't do the same thing. Like all these train sim games out, they're all similar. Aside from Transport Fever, which has everything in it. Uh, just be original, do something different than everybody else. I mean, clearly, Train Sim World is the go-to. Not that there isn't other good games out there. Run 8 is pretty similar. Um, I forget what else is out there, but SimRail. That's the other one. SimRail. But they're all similar. You get in a train, you drive it. Okay. What sets you apart from everybody else? Do something different. I'll still drive it. I'm just saying, do something different. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll probably do some American content next time. 10 miles to Newton Abbot. So I actually got a chance to get out to the UK early this year. Um, my my daughter was doing study abroad, and I was a little nervous, uh, a 19-year-old girl in a country I've never been to before, let alone that she's ever been to before, and I was a little apprehensive about it. In the long run, it was great. Like, it couldn't have been a more better place to send her out of all the choices that we've had for this. You know, well, listen, I take nothing away from her being such a smart young lady. Okay, like, I don't consider myself a dumb person, but I would say she's even smarter than I am at her age. Like, there was so much stuff I didn't know, and I wish I had someone who could guide me the way that she had in me. Off of personal experiences. So, with that being said, I still was apprehensive in sending her as a parent, and it took a lot for me to actually say I'm okay with it. I made her jump through so many hoops just to get a yes from me that I probably was going to say yes to anyway, because it's her life. Like, when she presented this to me, it was just like an afterthought, and it's like, uh, I it's like what I said wouldn't have mattered, or her mom. And I was like, I need something a little bit more to go on. You can't just say you want to go because it's something you wanted to do since you were 16. So I made her do a whole pinpoint presentation. Um, Took her a little bit to put together, but it showed that this is something that she really wanted to do, and I really wanted to say yes, so I could be that that great dad who loves his child, and I care so much about her, which I do. Like, she's one of my best friends for life. Like, the bond between me and my daughter will never fade. I love my daughter with all my heart, and I talked to a lot of people who's actually done study abroad, that I work with, and all I kept hearing was it was the best experience they could have gotten at that age. as a female. I'm getting this from the female's perspective, So to hear them talk about it and praise their opportunity of going to another country, learning some new experiences, some new cultures, even though it's the same language, you know, it's still it can still be a little rough, you know, and and also after seeing the movie Taken, you kind of question a lot of things about sending I wouldn't say underage female, but she's on that cusp. So I was a little apprehensive about it. But the only way I would feel comfortable is if I actually took her, like I went with her. So I did. I was able to go with her out there, and again, I also have friends who live out there, so it was also good to see them as well. And there was some stuff I wanted to do as well, so it was kind of an excuse for me to get like a mini vacation, because I've never left the country ever. I'm in my 40s. I've never left the country. I did go to Montreal once when I was probably 8, but who remembers that? So it was my first time actually using a passport, leaving the country. And I'm not a great flyer either. So for me, being on a plane for 7 hours going out there was a big deal for me. But I've gotten used to flying because I did it a lot for my company over the past like 10 years. And I have my I would say I have my quirks when it comes to flying. Like there's things I need to have prepared for me, so I can feel comfortable. The first thing is I'm never sitting in that middle seat ever, ever. I'm 6'4". Okay, first of all, I'm 6'4". My legs will not physically stay tucked in for 7 hours. All right, I have trouble just sitting in the outside seat. Window seat, you can forget about it. Claustrophobia kicks in. Although I do like to look out the window, I've gotten used to flying, so looking out the window is a lot more convenient for me. But because my legs are so long, it doesn't happen all the time. I think I've probably sat in the window seat once, and that was only because my girlfriend paid for first class tickets for me. So other than that, I've really sat in the window seat probably one other time. But to fly out there, and if I haven't been on a plane as much, my daughter hasn't been either. It's most likely she would be with me on vacations. So that was her second time in a plane. Her first time was when I took her to Disney World. Is the one in Florida? Yeah, I took her to Disney World for graduation, high school graduation. So that was the only time she's been on a plane, and so it was an experience for both of us to fly out there to England, out to Heathrow, and upon landing, it was one of the most surreal things I could have ever done, because I got over a fear. Yeah, I'm about to basically dump my kid off for like 4 to 5 months, but it's something she wanted to do. I wasn't going to handicap her. I will never handicap her. I want her to enjoy life as much as I want her to learn. So I took her out there, got her all set up. I met up with some friends, and got to see, I wouldn't say most of England, but I was able to go to Liverpool and Manchester
and ride on some of the trains that I'm actually playing on these games. And just to see all the actual physical trains that I'm trying to drive, even though it's in real life, was amazing, you know. And I got to document some of it, and here's the bad part about the trip, even though it was a really good trip. All the stuff I documented is I took out like probably three cameras, a tripod. Uh, I had audio set up and everything that I packed on his bag. So that's extra stuff in my bag that I probably didn't need to bring just for my footage to get all messed up. Like the audio came out crackly, the video was grainy, and I'm like, what in the hell? I'm like, I bought it, and I'm all about my technology. I buy stuff not just to buy it, but because I'm into gadgets, um, and technology and stuff. And I bought this over the ear camera that attaches to my head, so you see everything in like first person perspective. And the footage was just so grainy, and the audio off of the footage was inaudible. Like I physically uh, set it up on my what is that internet, so I can't see the footage once I leave the internet area. So once it's recording, and I remember leaving my hotel the second day there after I dropped my daughter off at school. This is Newton Abbott, by the way. Um, I remember leaving the hotel, setting it up, hopping on the Elizabeth line, going out to it might have been it might have been London Euston. I was trying to get to London Euston because I had tickets to head out to Manchester. Um, I was heading to Manchester United Football Club, and I had set it up. I was gonna take video. I had the one on my ear. I had my personal camera on a tripod, and I get on the Pendolino for the first time. Memorable moment. I get on the Pendolino for the first time. I'm recording footage. I'm sitting in my chair. I'm hearing the announcements. I'm seeing the signs. This is Avanti West Coast to Manchester Piccadilly. All that stuff. I remember it, but I can't watch it and keep the memory alive. Why? All because the cameras that I were using, I guess, were out of date. It just crappy. It was just crappy, and it ruined my experience. Even though I had a great experience at the time, I would have loved to have captured that moment. But I would probably say that overall my experience was great. The next day I went out to Liverpool, and I'm missing Carnival by a week, which I really wanted to go. But if anybody has any suggestions on what I could do out there, just let me know. Please. And thank you. So, yeah. Oops, sorry. Yeah, like a lot of my friends out there want me to come live out there, and I honestly would love to. My company has an office out there, so I'm keeping an eye out for that if anything opens up. But if you have any suggestions on any places that I can live, that's not like run down, but affordable. Affordable is nice. Not saying I'm poor, but affordable is nice. I hear Notting Hill is a good place, but it's also a little richy. I know Chelsea is a nice place. Again, also a little richy. My daughter was in Roehampton. I know that's over near Wimbledon. That area looked pretty cool. I don't know what the price range is over there, but it's off at what's that? Barnes off the SWR. And getting back to trains, like listening to that Desero train when I first got there, I was like, whew. I'm like, oh my god, it sounds even better in person, and it's like you hear, being American, you hear the stuff on your games, and you wonder if it really sounds like that in real life. And then I get out there and I hear the Pendolinos and the Zero trains and the 350s, and I'm like, wow, this is fucking amazing. Excuse me, but that's how I felt, And it's like you hear so much about drinking pints and stuff like that. I didn't actually get to do that, but what was cool was actually having a legal drink with my daughter. So her first legal drink was with her dad. I can actually say that. Now, she can't do it here yet, but that was actually pretty cool, to share that moment with her. I'm all about sharing moments with my daughter. I love my daughter so much, She means the world to me. So that was actually a really cool dad moment for me that I would cherish for the rest of my life, however long that is. That will always be a good moment for me, especially, not growing up with my dad at all. To actually have those moments with somebody is really special. It is really special. I know it's off topic, but I just want to get that out there. So I'm going out there in September again, hang out with some friends. So I need some ideas. I mean, if anybody has any ideas on what I could do out there, that would be appreciated. I was actually thinking about like catching a show. Like catching a show. I'm not really sure what's going on out there, Broadway type. But I mean, that would be really cool. Look at this view. That is beautiful. Is this the Dawlish area? I believe it is. But yeah, like I think the Michael Jackson show might be going on over there right now. I'm not really sure what else is going on over there.
I didn't blow my whistle.
I would have loved to have seen Kendrick Lamar, but I'm gonna miss that. I think he might be gone right now. Um, yeah, I don't know what other festivals are going on, but if anybody has any ideas, let me know. Stayed in the Canary Wharf area out there, which is it kind of felt like home for me, because I grew up in New York City, so that kind of felt like Manhattan to me, with all the tall buildings and the mass of people outside. And then you have that beautiful new Elizabeth Line train station, although that's more on, is that the Victoria that runs next to it? It might be the Victoria, but that whole area, Canary Wharf, it's beautiful. I enjoyed it, and that was recommended to me by one of my English friends out there. Shout out to Fiona. She felt it would help me fit right in, being from New York, being in that area. It's a little pricey, but the hotel I was in wasn't overpriced, I would say. I stayed for 5 days. I probably paid $600 American dollars for 5 days, and it was a really nice hotel. I think it was Point A Hotel, Canary Wharf. Don't quote me on the price, but at the time it was pretty affordable. Yeah, we went to that Big Easy restaurant that they built over there. Oh my god, I felt like I was home. I actually went there twice. I went there with a friend the first time, and oh my god, I ordered the steak. The steak was amazing. It came with this like peppercorn sauce. I've never had that before. I don't even know if they do that in America here. But it was like a peppercorn sauce, and then I got the chips with it. Oh my god, man, it was amazing. It was like butter. The steak was like butter, cut right through, like nothing. And then the second time, I took my daughter there for my last night before I went home, and left her in a country by herself for 4 to 5 months. But whatever. I let her buy whatever she wanted. I always let her buy whatever she want. I don't care. I spoil my kid. I always will. She's getting all the stuff I didn't as a kid. But yeah, it was a good experience. I got to see friends. I missed a whole bunch of friends, and they were a little pissed at me, so now I have to see them in September. It's another one of my friends' birthday the day before, and she won't be able to make it. But at least I tried, like, I tried. Like, she likes to celebrate. She might be going to Lisbon. She likes traveling. But it's good seeing friends that I've known for like 30 years. And I haven't seen them in a while. So when I do go to see them, I want to have fun. I want to do things. Like I'm into football, so I really wanted to see Liverpool FC play, but unfortunately, it's a week that they're not playing. Not really much football going on at all. The week I'm going out there, I would even go see Tottenham. Like, I'm not a hammer, but I would even go see Tottenham why? Because I like going to see palaces. That's why I do some of these tours. Like, I want to see what your palace looks like, especially if it's got all the bells and whistles, like all the new toys in it. Like, I want to see that. And then I can come home and say how garbage the stuff in my area is, and compare it and say, you got to do better. You know? So far, yeah. So far, everywhere I've gone out of the New York area is massively better than what we have in the tri-state area. Massively affordable, better amenities. Like whatever you think of, they have it. You know, like even the massively cold climate areas in America have better stuff than what I'm used to in my tri-state area. You know, like I went to Minnesota. Nice arena. Cold climate, nice arena. You know. Cleveland. It's not the most funnest place in the world, but I was able to do things. So you kind of make peace with what you have, but at the same time, if you like to travel and you travel to these other places, and you see things, you kind of get spoiled. And I want to get spoiled. So, England, I will be back. Not specifically just London. I will be back. Okay? And I want to go more north. Like, there's more of this beautiful country I want to see. Okay? Newcastle, thinking about you next. Penzance, like I want to take that trip. I want to take that sleeper train. You know, I want to see what the rest of this country has to offer. Wales, there's some castles I want to see. You know, I have them bookmarked. I may take a trip out there. You know, because I have 5 days to do stuff. The Uber boats was pretty fun. Of course, when I went, it was January, so it was pretty cold. You know, not that I have the footage anyway. I lost all of that with that crappy camera that I was using, and you know, I almost lost a hand trying to get that footage because it was cold, and the cold air off of the River Thames. Almost lost some fingers. But it was nice. I felt like a tourist, even though I was a tourist, but not trying to look like a tourist, you know. And I believe that day I was supposed to go to Chelsea, you know, and I took the tour, the Uber boat tour, out from Battersea Plant, and it goes all the way down the river towards London Bridge. Chelsea's the other way. I had to be in Chelsea in 20 minutes when I got off the Uber boat, and I didn't do the full Uber boat tour because I had to be in Chelsea in the 20 minutes, and not even realizing it. I mentioned that to one of my friends that I had dinner with that night, and she was like, "Why didn't you just stay on the boat? It would have went around back to Chelsea faster than you got off and took an Uber." And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I'm not from here. Like, all I know is I had to be in Chelsea. I looked at my time. I had to figure it out. You That's part of the problems with going to a country and you're by yourself. You know, but I still had fun. Will I do it again? Probably again in a month. Because it's hard to find a traveling companion who just likes trains. I like trains. I may not be on a spectrum, but I like trains, okay? So, it is what it is. And we're about less than 2 miles to Exeter, David. Coming up on Exeter St. Thomas first. Well, that's my story. I have plenty more stories, but I'm sure you don't want to hear them. All right. Enough of me rambling. I'll let you get into this video again. This is Exeter St. David. Doors will be opening on the right. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. I love how scenic this route is. Like, you don't get a lot of this in the United States. Um, most of it is freight. You know, it's either freight or it's a long run from east to west. I know Amtrak has a couple of routes that goes east to west, west to east, whatever. Um, uh, it's one route in particular that is like a 3, 4, 5 day journey, if I'm not mistaken. Um, where you leave from like I want to say New York, and you make a stop in like Chicago and stuff like that before going west. And I would love to do something like that. I can't see myself, and trust me, I've been on Amtrak trains before. They're not the most up to date uh, trains that we have out here. I know they're getting some new rolling stock, but those aren't out yet. I think the Cascade is one of the new trains they got coming out, and they just came out. So they definitely wouldn't be on a long route like the one I'm thinking of. But I believe one of the routes goes through like the Rocky Mountains, and that might even be part of the name of it, like Rocky Mountain Rails or something like that. But it's supposed to be the American version of the United States version of what Canada has with Via Rail, where it goes through like is it Alberta, Saskatchewan, and all those other places, Calgary maybe, and it ends up in Vancouver. And it's a one-way trip, so you definitely got to fly either on the receiving or the giving end. So me, I live on the East Coast, so I would be taking it from like Toronto, so I'd have to fly back from Vancouver. Um, I mean, I would love to see Vancouver, like everything northwest United States. The furthest I've been is Seattle. I've been to Seattle before. It's to me it was very quiet. It's probably not even quiet at all. But me being from New York, uh, quiet quiet can be what most people would think of as loud, you know? So I I'm not used to quiet. I'm used to quiet now because I moved out of New York and I like it, you know? I don't have to worry about things getting taken, like packages and stuff like that. Um, like I would say I've been living where I am now for 6 years. I've seen one cop car in the 6 years. Uh, like I've seen a fire engine more than I've seen a cop car in my neighborhood for something, you know, other than, something like I lost a cat or something like that. And the fire engines come around every year for Christmas. Like they do the whole Santa thing. Other than that, it's a pretty quiet area, and I like that. It took some getting used to. Obviously, living in the concrete jungle of New York, you hear a lot of noise. You know, I was used to the noise. The noise is what helped me go to sleep when I was younger. Um, but I don't get that now. Now I get quiet everywhere I go. Um, so I'll take that. Um, but yeah, this route, I look at this is so beautiful.
Look at this. And I have the clouds on. I for the life of me don't understand why I see all these train sim videos, whether it's classic or world, and it's just a clear sky. Like that doesn't to me feel realistic. Like there's always at least one cloud in the sky. Like how are you focusing on no clouds in the skies at all? You know? Like this to me looks more realistic than having a clear sky. You know? But yeah, this is a Just Trains route, Western Main Lines, from Penzance to London Paddington. Right now we're on our way to Taunton. We'll be stopping in a little bit. Definitely not 30 miles, regardless of what that says right there. Because I'm definitely stopping. I don't know what that's saying. But yeah, like this route, man, it's up there. It's in my top 10 as far as routes for Train Sim Classic. It's a pretty lengthy one, obviously. It's about 5 hours. But it covers a whole lot of the UK. And I like that. I feel like I got my money's worth. You know? But if anybody knows anything about this area and would like to share any type of fun facts, that would be appreciated. You know, the king would enjoy that. Coming into Taunton, gonna start slowing down now. I'm currently working on another route coming out of Wales from Swansea back out to Penzance, Great Western. I'm still trying to timetable that, so that will not be anytime soon. I just laid the trains down. I still have to give them some time, and then I gotta send them somewhere. So I really enjoy doing a custom route. You know, that way I'm able to control the amount of AI that I get to see. You know, not saying that a normal scenario is crappy, because it's not. But me controlling the AI is something I always will want to do. And I'll make that claim before doors are opening on the right. And I'll make that claim always, like if you catch a video on YouTube, I'll let you know this is a custom scenario by me, you know, because all my videos have a story and I'm telling you that story. Not because someone else decided to make a scenario, but at least I can control the environment, right? Like, for instance, this right here. You know, I can control this environment. I can get a low shot if I want of the same construction trucks digging. You know? But I can control a scenario. If there's anything you guys want to see, just drop it in the comments, or you can leave me a message, or you can find me on YouTube, King Kaye Games. I'm on Discord, King Kaye Games.
I'm on X, King Kaye Games. You know, I try to make it worthwhile. It's an expensive habit, but I love it. Doors closing on the right. Did you really just slide in there, sir? Almost lost your own. 2 for the guard. DRA off. Here we go. Gave you all 10 cars there. All right, next stop, Bristol Temple Meads, Platform 3. 45 miles. Now, I realize it would have been faster if I went down Bath Spa, past Chippingham. But for the sake of the love of trains, I am making this journey a little bit longer and going to Bristol Parkway afterwards. Why? Because I like trains. And I want to drive them as long as possible. I really wish there were people in these seats.
Doesn't even feel like we're doing 100 miles an hour. I also have a butt kicker on my chair, just to add to the realism for me. That way I can actually feel the vibrations in my chair. Um, for those who don't know what a butt kicker is, it's basically a uh, bass amplification that's connected to my chair. So all the vibrations, like even those junction points, I feel that in my chair as if I'm actually driving a real train. So it just adds more to the immersion of being an actual train driver, even though it's simulated. Um, and none of this stuff is cheap, you know, which I will admit. But the more you can immerse yourself in into what you're doing, it just feels more realistic, you know. And before you guys go saying um, I'm just spending needless money, this for me is not needless. I enjoy it. If it, I like the way it feels. It helps with my immersion. Like I said, there are actual racing sim people who spend like 20 grand on their rigs. So, you know, a couple of $100 like that. That's nothing, bro. Like, that's just overtime money. You know. Like, what do you have to do to get a $20,000 rig for a video game? And I understand, people can do competitive sim racing, but yeah, like to each his own. Like do what makes you happy, and this makes me happy. You know. And if you're an avid train simmer, it's a must-have. Like it helps with the immersion. So yeah, why not? Like, I know some people wouldn't buy it for train simming. Like, most people buy it for flight sim, but it's the same principle. It works with truck simming too. I've used it in ATS. Especially in ATS, you feel it even more because you feel the vibration of those trucks, and then when you hit them gears, you feel the shifting. It feels amazing. Like, I'm all about adding to the immersion and being happy. As long as I'm happy, you can say whatever you want. And when it's your money, you can do whatever you want. It's just like when I was a kid, my mom used to always say, when you get your own car, you can play whatever you want. Because, her music was law. And then once I got my own car and I had to drive her around, turn the station. Why? It's my car. I can do whatever I want. Ain't that what you told me? So, there you go. I'm doing whatever I want. Living life stress-free. No complaints, just having fun. And I'll always continue to have fun as long as I can. Is that a trailer park? Yeah, it's a trailer park. That's the first trailer park I've seen in the UK, and it was on a video game. Trailer park. Get all this beautiful green around it, and then you hit a trailer park. That's amazing. Anyway. "20 miles to Bristol Temple Meads." I wonder how people can live out here with all this nothingness around them. You know, like me being from the city, I need some some type of buildings in close proximity. Does that sound weird? Like all this green around you, like it's just a little off for me, being a country boy. Like, do I wish I was in this surrounding? Yes. But it's just it's a weird feeling growing up a certain way, and like if this was my lifestyle, like what would I be doing for fun? You know, like what do these people do for fun? You know, like you hear stories about like cow tipping in America. I don't know if they do something like that in the UK, but uh, you hear things like cow tipping and all that country stuff. But it's a serious question. What is it people do for fun out in this type of area? I really would like to know. You know, like everything is quiet. There's barely anyone around. You know, and then I watch movies where like people are getting unalived in films. I don't want to say the other word. In fields, and there's no one around to hear them. You know, so it's a serious question. I know this isn't a serious game, but I generally would like to know. Peak curiosity. Like what does one do in the town of Yatton? 12 miles. Three and a half hours in, we're still not at Bristol. Can you imagine doing this run in real life? I'm pretty sure they would have to switch out drivers at some point. A 5 hour trip. You know, like your butt's all sore. You gotta go to the bathroom. You start to get hungry. You know? And then you're sitting in a cab by yourself. Which goes back to the what do you do in the cab when you're, you know, there's nothing but green lights in front of you, and you know the route by, you know, by heart. You know when your next junction points are coming up. You know when you gotta slow down. Like, what do? You think the driver just sits there and he's playing like Sudoku or something. He's doing Candy Crush. You know, he's playing like Clash of Clans on his phone.
I curiously would like an answer for that. 7 miles to Bristol Temple meets. I realize it's a lot of green, but I do love the trackside scenery on this route. You know? I would love to be able to build my own route. Have no idea how to even get that started. I wonder if they use Google Maps at some point. Either build my own route, learn how to build my own route, or learn how to create my own realistic train. You know? Because I know there are some locos that the community wants that we still have not gotten. Like if someone could actually teach me the basics, I can pick it up from there, you know? Just like I learned how to customize my own scenario. Like just show me the basics and I can play with it and figure it out from there. You know? I'm sure there's some YouTube videos I could look at, but I'm gonna be looking at YouTube videos for a while to figure out every single problem I'm sure I'm going to encounter. Like what would the software even be for that? Like I'm sure I know the answer to this, but off the top of my head, I don't remember. And I know it's like a CAD program. Like I can ask people. I know Southwestern knows the answer to this. He's another streamer that, you know, I frequently talk to when I'm watching videos and other people's streams. But I, for the life of me, cannot remember the name of the software. I remember telling someone at work that I customize routes, and they were like, "Oh my god, that is the coolest thing I've ever heard." Like, I felt the same way. Like, I think that's so cool that I can actually customize a route, and if I wanted to, I could put it in a workshop, and other people can play what I designed. So just imagine. I gotta start coming down a little bit. Just imagine actually creating something that a whole community wants to play. You know? For instance, I would love to see a 710 Adventure in Train Sim Classic. It doesn't even have to be an enhancement pack. You can enhance that later, but I want it in the game. I want to play it. I would love to throw it on that West Coast Mainline, not no, you know, enhancement pack other train, which I'm totally fine with. Don't get me wrong. I love the 378. But I would love to play with the 710 on its line. Throw it on the Goblin. Throw it in the game. I would love to create an underground line, you know? So there are actual things I would love to do. I just don't have the time for it. I already work 6, 7 days a week sometimes. And to take that on as a responsibility, that might be overwhelming. And on top of that, it might take years to figure out because I don't have the working knowledge. If I at least had a working knowledge of the program, I could actually attempt to do something like that. You know, like is that something I can go to school for online? Like I'm sure they have Jesus. I'm sure they have I'm sure they have classes online that can teach that. But where the hell would I look for that? Like would that be like an online school? Like would this person be teaching you out of his basement? So I will inquire, but I don't think that's something that can actually happen. Why did this tell me 4? When I'm going to 3. But I'm gonna ask around. Like that's something that is interesting. As we approach Bristol Temple Meads. I see. It's a double platform. It's a double platform. I really like that lower third. This is Bristol Temple Meads. Doors are opening on the left. DRA on.
Doors are closing. And we're off. Next stop is Bristol Parkway. Is it this beautiful in real life in Bristol as I see on this game? Like, I would love to visit this area just once. Sadly, though, not it's not on my mind for my trip when I go back out there. But so far, everything in the Cornish area, Dowlish, like I would like to see one day, just not anytime soon. You know, like there are so many other things in the UK I would like to see first. Cliffs at Dover. I would like to head out to Newcastle. I'm a big fan in Liverpool. I like going to Liverpool. I know I've only been there once, but I enjoyed my time out there. Manchester, I'm not going to say anything bad about Manchester. I did enjoy my time out there. I just felt like I was in the Bronx, if that makes any sense. Like I literally felt like I was just home. You know? And not even that it's a big, you know, like a big city with big buildings all around. But it was just it kind of gave me a homey feeling, which is what I didn't want on vacation. You know, I don't want to feel like I'm home. And I kind of feel like a hypocrite because I stayed in Canary Wharf, which is the closest thing you can get to being in Manhattan in London. So I don't want to feel like a hypocrite, but that was my first assessment when I went out to Manchester. I loved my time out there. I really did. I was supposed to go to Old Trafford, but before I went out there, I was supposed to hit one of the museums, and I sadly misunderstood my travel time coming from London, and thought I missed my time to go to the museum before having to be at Old Trafford. Like I was supposed to be there in Old Trafford at a set time, and the time I was thinking, it was an hour later. So I had plenty of time to make it to the museum out there, because I'm an art guy. I like to draw as well, and I wanted to get some culture in. And sadly, I mistimed my travel time and wound up going just straight to Old Trafford, thinking I had like an hour to kill, and wound up with like an hour 45, almost 2 hours, when I could have just went to the museum and hopped on the metro down to Old Trafford. But you live and you learn. This is Bristol Parkway, by the way, and I did the same thing with Liverpool. I sadly mistaken my travel time, not by my Avanti West Coast, ticket, but by the London Overground. So by the time I got to London Euston, the train I wanted to take, I missed. So that made me get to Manchester and Liverpool later than I expected, because I had everything all planned out for months. Doors opening on the left, and I bought a Brit Rail pass, which allowed me to take basically any train I wanted at any given time, unlimited, whenever I wanted to. So I didn't have a set train that I needed to take. I could take any train. I just had to flash my pass or just beep myself into their scanner, and
basically pick a seat. And I sadly underestimated the travel time after doing all my homework to to catch an Avanti West Coast Pendolino, which I still love, even though I got there late. The Pendolino was part of the trip. That was part of my experience of wanting to do. So it wasn't a total loss, but I missed my museum time, and I also missed my Mersey River tour time because I got to Liverpool late. But when that happened, I at least got to go to the Liverpool Museum. So I at least caught one museum while I was out there. It was kind of quick before I had to head up to Anfield, but I was supposed to take a Mersey River tour cruise down the Mersey River and see what it was like from the river. Man, this train's creeping. Unbeknownst to me, the Everton Stadium was right around the corner. I was there in January. Had no idea. I probably walked past it and didn't even know that was the stadium. So I did all the docks that day. Right before heading to Albert Dock to go see the Beatles Museum. So if you're into the Beatles, that's a pretty good tour in Liverpool. I got to see the carousel. I walked some of the docks, and then I got into the typical UK cab, the big black cab. We don't have those here, so I made it a point to take the cab when I got out there instead of an Uber. Like I took Ubers a lot out there, but I made it a point. I saw that cab, I was like, I'm taking this cab, and it's huge. Like it's so spacious. It could probably seat 8 people in just the back, because they have forward-facing seats and back-facing seats. But it's wider. The cabs are wider than the cabs that we would have out here. But I enjoyed it. I got to listen to some UK hip hop. I'm not gonna touch that situation right now. Not sure if you're aware about the Joyner Lucas and Skepta situation. But I enjoyed it. What I listened to didn't sound too bad. There's always different forms of hip hop, like, yeah, we might have created it in the Bronx, my hometown, but music is for everybody, Music is for everybody, and your interpretation of music is your interpretation of music. So I'm not going to shit on no one's taste in music, especially when I like it myself. All right, we'll be departing soon. But when I go back out there, I'm going to listen to it again. And if anybody has any specific artists they think I should listen to, let me know. Or if you know any better type of music that you would like me to listen to, let me know. Next station should be Didcot. And that's a long one right there. What was that, 6 cars? Almost at the end here. It should be Didcot, Reading, Paddington, if I'm not mistaken. So my last trip out there, I stayed in Canary Wharf. My next trip will be in Paddington. So I'm staying in Paddington, and if there's anything you guys recommend, let me know. Especially food. I would like to get some good food out there. I hear the food out there is amazing. I haven't seen it yet. You know, my last trip, I was eating pretty much junk food because I didn't know where any restaurants were. So, you know, you do what you know. I was traveling a lot. I would just get food in like London Euston Station, anywhere near the stations in Liverpool, Manchester, whatever. With that said, I will say this. One of the best pizzas I have ever had was in Liverpool, England. It was in Albert Dock. I forget the name of it. It's in Albert Dock, over near the Beatles museum, and it's an actual pizza restaurant. I had a pepperoni and mushroom pizza, but it had 2 types of pepperoni. Two. I didn't even know that was a thing. 2 types of pepperoni on a pizza, and it was delicious. And I'm from New York. We still have the best pizza, but that was one of the best pizzas I have had in my lifetime. And I've tasted some crappy pizza before in the United States. I know it's not their fault, but it's been some crappy pizza. If you ask anyone outside of New York, New Jersey, why the pizza tastes so good, they'll tell you it's because of the water. I don't know if that's true or not. All I know is the pizza is amazing here. I wish I could give you an answer why other people pizza does not taste the same. Maybe it's facts. I don't know. I am not a pizza enthusiast. I'm just letting you know what I've had. And that was some good pizza. Now, when I go back out there, will I get the pizza again? Hell yeah. Unless I find something else that I think would taste better. but I'm gonna stick to my guns. The pizza in Albert Dock was amazing. Wish I remember the name of it. I'm sure I can find out. Google is a good place to start. But when I go back out there, because I will go back out there, I'm a Liverpool FC fan. I'm always going to try to get out there if and when I go to the UK. I don't care if I'm there for a day. I will take the train 2 hours just to go out there and then come straight back. I'm kidding, but you understand what I'm saying. Liverpool is on my mind. If anybody knows how to get a job at the BBC, let me know. That would be step one to me making my dream come true. Not just the BBC. Anything sports related or TV related. Let me know. All right, so we have officially been driving for 4 hours now. 4 hours of listening to me ramble. I appreciate it, if anyone's here. I'll talk if you want to hear it. I'll tell you my life story if you let me. That's interesting too. Now we'll stick to trains. Alright, well, I'll get my ugly mug off the screen at least so you can enjoy the video. I will be revisiting this area soon. I am planning a trip from Paddington to Hereford. Right now I am in the second stage of my custom scenario, which is placing trains before I actually time them out, which is stage 3. I've been working on this scenario for a little bit now. I have not physically actually played with trains for probably 3 weeks. I've been working on something every day for the past month. All right? Like even before Alan Thompson said, you know, he was gonna do his live stream for his Manchester Airport route, which I love actually. I have not been touching trains for that while. Why? Because I've been I've had a point recently where I had no content. Like I like creating my own content, as far as like routes or whatever. And I have so many routes, I have to write down what ideas I have that I want to drive. And I have an iPhone notes full of just train sim ideas, just train sim classic ideas. Not even train sim world. I have train sim world stuff that I've recorded that's on my PlayStation right now that needs to be edited, and I won't touch it because all these ideas are in my head and I'm trying to get them out. So they're unfinished. I have massive stuff on my drive that's recorded that I can't get out right now. That's unfinished, because I was waiting for possible route builds, like with the Northeast Corridor, the Boston leg of it. But after talking to Cactus Juice, who was developing it, it's not going to get done. So now I know how to proceed with what I want to do. So that's in development right now. I'm in the Jersey to Philadelphia part of that stage. I have a Bakerloo version that I would like to get out as well. I have the Paddington to Hereford version I want to get out. I have a Harwich to Liverpool Street I want to get out. And that's just a couple. I have a whole bunch of ideas just thrown in there as well. That's recorded or on paper, pretty much, that I would like to get out. So I'm trying to keep myself busy in this part, because there was a dry spell where I did all the stuff that I wanted to. I created my content. I posted it on YouTube, and then I had nothing to do. And then it's like, all right, well, nothing's gonna be uploaded this week. What am I doing? Like, why am I not keeping myself busy? So now I'm just trying to have enough content where I know I can keep myself busy. I know this is almost ready to go. I just gotta fine tune it. And now I can actually keep myself busy. And also I was I just started with OBS, so I had to learn OBS. And there was stuff I need to buy before I actually started streaming. And now that I have all my pieces, I can actually start doing things, Like I had to buy lights, had to buy a stream deck. I bought hardware, a piece of hardware for the Train Sim Classic aspect of it. I had to buy cameras. I had to buy a bigger desk, microphones, all that good stuff. You know. And now that I have a support system with everything I need, I can start delivering the goods. Public speaking isn't my number one forte, but I've been incorporating that more in real life. So I'm starting to get used to it. And considering that this stream is already 4.5 hours in, I would say I'm adjusting. I mean, I feel like I'm just rambling right now anyway, but I'm trying to keep you engaged and show you some good content at the same time. If I suck, tell me I suck. I love the realism. Always keep it real with me. Your king approves. AWS. Coming down to a 70. Look at how beautiful that looks. It's amazing. I've traveled farther on the train in another country than I have in my own. That's amazing. Not traveled, just traveled on train. So the person who actually like trains has not traveled that far on a train in his own country. Figure that one out. New York to Philadelphia is not that far. It's probably 2.5 hours driving. Okay? 2.5 hours. And I'm talking about New York City, not actual New York, upper area parts of New York. New York City to Philadelphia is probably 2.5 hours. It's a short trip to Jersey, and then you're there. I would love to do some more traveling in my own country as well. Not just here. I really want to see what that Channel Tunnel train looks like. I've been trying to get to France. Now that I've done the UK, and it's so close that I want to try to do that. So hopefully in the future, sometime in the near future, I can do that. What is it, like a two and a half hour train ride? That's just like going to Philadelphia. So yeah, I would love to see it. Like I wouldn't say I'm one of those people who's never left their town. I've left my town. I've traveled in my own country, but certain things I have not done. Leaving the country was a big deal for me, you know? Class 37. Virgin. All this AI is completely random, by the way. I really love this butt kicker. I'd recommend it to anyone. Speaking of the butt kickers, I only have one. There are some racing rigs who have four. Four. So just imagine what four feels like. You know? And this is even it isn't even at full volume. Okay? It's just enough to not piss off my downstairs neighbors. 'Cause that's the last thing I want to hear. Someone complaining because their roof is vibrating. 20 miles to Didcot. Serious question. Me being American, if I was to move out there and say I bring my car with me, um, how weird would that be? You know, everybody's driving on the left side of the road. You see the driver on the right side of the car. And then I come down the road. I'm driving on the left side of the road like a regular person from the UK, but I'm in the left side of the car. Like, how weird would that be? It would be weird for me not seeing anybody on the left side of the car, and then I have to get used to driving on the left side of the road. Or do I sell my car and get a more traditional UK vehicle? Is an American vehicle even allowed if I was to ship it out there? Like, how would I find that out? I'm pretty sure I can Google that. But it's just a random thought, you know? Let's take a look. Try to keep my eye on the game as well. Less than 15 miles to Didcot. According to Google, American cars are available in the UK. It actually says American cars have increased in recent years. And American brands have also gained market shares. See, now this is weird to me because I was out there no less than 7 months ago. I want to say 6, but I did not see any American cars. Which is why I had that question. Okay, I seen a lot of Teslas maybe, but most of the cars I seen out there were definitely Euro or Asian. You know, Toyotas, Audi. I love that shot. Toyotas, Audi, Lexus, you know, cars like that. I didn't see any Dodges, any Chevys. I saw none of those type of none of those type of cars. Which is why I had the question. You know. So if I shipped my Durango, would I get weird looks Is my question. Because it's not like it would even be a small car. Like we're talking about a big beefy, probably polluting your atmosphere type of vehicle. Although it's not that bad to me. I don't really think it pollutes that much. But if you're trying to make your atmosphere better, I'm pretty sure they'll probably have some type of emission limit on any type of vehicle that would be transported over there. Because they have emission limits over here that you have to abide by, and they check every so many years. Even though my car was new, you only get that new certificate for in my state 5 years. After 5 years you have to have that checked every year. So like I'm not sure what the requirements would be out there if I were to move out there. But that would be something to think about. Like if I just totally picked up everything and just left. Went to the UK. I'm living out there for however many years I want. I have a car. What do I do with my car? Most likely bet is I would have to sell it. I actually love my car. I really wouldn't want to sell it, but if I ever have an opportunity where I can move to the UK, don't know where. I'm just saying that would be something I would have to think about. Like, what do I do? Just random thoughts from an American. One thing I do like from my time out there, you guys live a more healthy lifestyle. There's a lot of restrictions on what you guys can and can't do to food out there that they just let go here. And I appreciate that, but everything that I'm used to out here, it almost feels like I'm taking away flavor because of what I'm used to, Like certain things just taste better with blue dye number 5, just for example, like like I need that coloring. Like I bought a soda that was supposed to be orange flavored, and it wasn't even orange. It didn't taste like orange, but it was orange flavoring. So I want to thank your government for actually regulating what people put in their bodies. Because if we did that here, there would be a whole lot less people sick. Including myself. I wouldn't say I'm fat, but yeah, I would love to not put certain poisons in my body. And being 6'4" is also good because I can spread out that extra poundage, you know. But I would love to eat healthier because my country is actually a healthier place. And this is me just rambling. I'm sorry. Just my 2 cents. Coming up on Didcot. This is Didcot. Doors will be opening on the right. Watch your step exiting the train. Didcot Parkway. Doors are opening on the right. Gonna step away from us for a second. Stand by. The next stop is Reading.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on.
I actually have a serious question for you guys. It's more of a pronouncer type thing because I'm American. I want to pronounce a certain word or place a different way because that's how it would be pronounced here. And there's actually a couple of places like that in the UK where it would probably be said a different way in America than it is than the way it's said in the UK. Like, for instance, oh, are you really trying to catch me? You're not gonna catch me, bro. Sorry. Just a question. Random question from an American who loves UK trains and cities. Also, you have a town called Bat and Ball. Bat and Ball. I'm sure it's a lovely town. I'm just curious how some of these names get thought up. You know? I'm not trying to be that person. I am generally curious on some of the stuff that, you know, what that goes on with naming these places. I'm not saying America doesn't have weird stuff, but I understand some of the weird stuff here, and I just want to understand the weird stuff there. You know? Just curious. Came to mind and just thought I'd ask. Less than 4 miles to Reading. I'm just looking at this map of the Great Western Railway. I really wish there was an extension from Oxford to Hereford. It seems so simple on the map. Like, why isn't it doable? And again, if I knew how to actually route build, that's something I would create. But because I'm doing this Paddington to Hereford route scenario, I can't go straight there. Although it's literally right there in my face on the map. So for me to get to Hereford from Paddington, I think I have to go. Is that Cardiff? I might have to go all the way to Cardiff and then come in through the back, through the marshes. Yeah, I think that's what I have to do. I'm gonna have to map it out through the marshes. Which don't get me wrong, I want to do a run through the marshes anyway, but it seems like so out of the way. Like I got to go all the way down to Cardiff just to come through the marshes to get to Hereford. And for that matter, why can't we connect Hereford to Birmingham? Like that would be an amazing run. You know? Like do a Birmingham run to Hereford. That actually would make life so much more simpler for me because I could do a Cardiff to Birmingham run. You know? But we don't have that connection. Or a Swansea to Birmingham run. That's a cross-country route, isn't it? This is Reading Station. Doors opening on the left. Please mind the gap on leaving. Or at least get me to Cheltenham Spa. Gloucester. This is Reading. Doors opening on the right, on the left, excuse me. Watch your step leaving. That lady's got triplets.
PRA off.
Our next and final stop will be London Paddington. London Paddington next. Our last and final stop. Seven Grade 2, thank you for the follow. Oh wait, am I stopping at Slough? Sometimes I don't remember what I programmed. I realize that Panto's up, but it's too late for me to change it. It is Slough. Or slow. Slough? Hello, 7 Grade 2. How are you? I am fine. Thanks for asking. This was a long video. I've been streaming this video for over 5 hours now. Don't know when you jumped in, but this started at Penzance. How are you doing? That's awesome. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? I'm from America. My day's going great. I've literally been sitting under this light for 6 hours in preparation for this video. Other than that, I have no complaints. I've just been rambling about me being American and doing stuff in the UK since I'm on a UK route right now. I enjoy the UK, and I have a whole bunch of questions. Oh, so you're American too? Great, nice. Which part of California? I'm from New York. I actually love California. That's probably my most traveled. All right, you should be able to hear me now. I'm sorry, OBS is acting up. Um, I've I've actually been to LA 3 times as well in the past. I stayed in Wilshire, the I believe it's called the Wilshire Plaza. Uh, I enjoyed my stay out there. Had some fun. I crashed a couple of parties over in what's that hotel over in Hollywood. Well, anyway, I crashed a couple of parties when I was out there, so I've had some fun out there as well. Um, and I'm a big Disney fan, so I've been to Disneyland out there. It's not really too good for tall people like myself. I'm 6'4", and my legs don't fit in most of the rides out there, which is a bummer because I went out there for Star Wars night, and I couldn't enjoy myself. But other than that, I've enjoyed going out to LA. Are you a big train simmer, or just casually get it in here and there when you can? Less than 6 miles of slow. One of those has got to be right. Honestly, this is my actual first stream, but I do love to play this game. Um, I I've mainly just done a lot of YouTube videos. I probably have about 30 YouTube videos up under King Kaye Games, and I finally gathered up the courage to actually go live. Um, a lot of people have been asking me to do it, so I got everything I needed to get all the necessary equipment, and I finally got used to this system. Other than that mic issue that you just let me know about, but actually I just fixed that as well. So I'm honestly just trying to get used to this, like it's fun for me to play, and I have all the toys, and I like playing with the toys, but like this is something new to me, and you can't be afraid of challenges, no matter how difficult. I've actually never played Minecraft. Um, but I do feel you. Playing, being happy while you're working is definitely a must. Like me, I usually because I like train simming, am usually either creating a route or am playing games. Like I'm running a train sim at work. I'm to the point where I'm on the clock and it's about to be the end of the day and I have managers passing me and they're like, "Wow, you're a dedicated worker." No, I'm not dedicated, bro. I just forgot what time it was and you know, if you guys believe I'm actually working, that's all right with me, but I'm definitely not working after 7 o'clock if you see me there at work. So, thank you. This is sloth. I'll get it right one day. I guess I gotta look it up. The American me wants to say sloth or slow, but you know, the British have different ways of saying things. Why, of course you can. I've been asking for that. I would love to hear what you have to say. This is slow. Doors are opening on the left. Watch your step. I don't really know what that is too much, but sure. Oh, they need to fix that sign. Doors are closing on the left. Step in. Next and last stop is Reading. Sure, we can talk off stream after the stream. Cool. 18 miles to Reading. No, you're totally fine. I'm sorry. I'm just actually messaging someone else. So if I look preoccupied, apologies. So I've never taken this Heathrow Express um, into London. I when I landed, I took the Elizabeth line. It's the line I've always wanted to see when I went out there. I understand it's a fairly new line, but I've been hearing so much about it for like the past at least 5 years. So when I went out there, that was the one thing I wanted to see, is the Elizabeth line. It's the brand new shiny toy, and it just didn't disappoint. You know, right now it's my favorite. I wouldn't say underground line, but it's my favorite line. Uh, the Heathrow Express was also there. But I feel like it's just a higher priced Elizabeth line for me, and plus I needed the Elizabeth line anyway because it was taking me to where I needed to go out in Canary Wharf. So had I just taken the Heathrow Express, I want to say it only goes as far as Paddington. So I still would have had to get off and hop on another underground train. But yeah, the Elizabeth line by far is my favorite line in central London. Um, and for my long journey line, I have to say the Pendolino is probably better. My favorite. So I'm gonna need someone to prove me wrong as far as what the best train is out there. But from what I've taken, I like the Pendolino and I love the Elizabeth line. Bakerloo was okay for the nostalgia purpose. I understand it's a vintage 72 stock, and hopefully, I know this will upset a lot of people who feel like no, keep the Bakerloo, the old 72 stock. It's what I know, it's what I love, but at some point you have to change, and they have the new trains out on the Metropolitan line at least. I don't know if it's on the Piccadilly or what else, Hammersmith. No, I'm not sure, but at some point you have to change, and they need to roll out those new line of trains that I keep seeing videos about. This says 18 miles to Paddington, but I don't think that's right. Sure. Yep, I will check all of my social medias later after I take a break. Sitting in a chair for 6 hours. I'm tired, a little bit sweaty under these lights. I need some food and a shower. AWS. Oh yeah, it's definitely not 18 miles. I would probably say 10. Might be less than that. It's definitely less than that. Might not be from the UK, but I've played this enough to know a little bit of something about where I am. Between that and the knowledge of when I was out there. not specifically the Great Western Railway, but I do have some knowledge. I'm already under 40. Probably about 3 miles out. Gonna drop down here. Usually want to be under 15 hitting these platforms, terminal platforms. So I know it says 40, but I'm just going to drop down anyway. This is Paddington Station. Doors are opening on the left. Want to thank you guys for hanging out with me for 6 hours. For those who are still here, uh, I actually enjoyed. Oh, it's up the camera. I actually enjoyed this run. Hello. Wake up. There we go. I actually enjoyed this run. It was a long and grueling run, but it was enjoyable. And I appreciate everyone who was actually in here. And thanks for entering the stream. And I hope you enjoyed my content. If you like it and you want to see more, just let me know what you would like to see in the future. I have plenty of stuff. I have a bunch of DLCs. Hey, St. Clint, welcome back. Glad you enjoyed it. So for a future reference, if you guys would like me to do anything in particular, just let me know. And I'll do my best to try to either create my own scenario or pick one that's already made that I can actually get out. Hopefully I have all the content for it. But until then, I will see you guys next time. Thanks for coming. I enjoyed you guys. Have a nice one.